Раз.
I would like to welcome everyone and let's start our work. I would like to welcome you here at this session. The sources for support of the popular science events. Well, it's obvious that this topic is extremely important for obvious reasons. It's one of the most underlying aspects. You need to be aware of how to get organizational, financial, institutional support. And here we have professionals gathered here in this practical aspect. They're going to speak about how to cover all these areas, how to do all that. Just to make it a little bit more alive and interactive, I'll just be giving 3 to 5 minutes to the speakers, and then a round of questions and answers. So we'll be discussing everything that the audience is interested about. I'll just put it bluntly and briefly. Obviously, we have state financial sources, but also private financial support, and that's the aspect that would be a very interesting one to shed some light upon and understand whether it's in what's the ratio in Russia and elsewhere, the ratio of state support, of popularization of science, and the other parts, whether you can see the trends. I would like to introduce Lilia Sabirova, crowd producer, the science session curator, planeta.ru, our first speaker. Thank you very much. And here today I'm going to speak about non-state financial support, crowdfunding, crowd support technologies, and I will be speaking about this, whether it's sufficient, and possibly some of the speakers will be able to decide whether they're going to use this tool in the future or not. I do hope that most of you have somehow or other faced with crowdfunding. So crowdfunding, just to get the terms right, is the crowd and funding. You've normally just get mutual co-financing of ideas, and it has become much popular with the spread of the internet because people have become more mobile and it's become much more easy to connect to each other. Speaking in terms of some international stories, well, it's natural that we have giants like GoGo. We have specialized scientific crowdfunding platforms where we can dedicated to dedicated platforms. Planeta.ru is the platform which is the biggest in Russia, the one I represent, and here we can focus on some problems because international crowdfunding, volume-wise, is much wider. So the amounts drawn are much bigger. So it's also dependent on the exchange rate and e-commerce. Here I'll be speaking more about Russia. In Russia, it is much more moderate, I would say. Just crowdfunding as such just got to Russia 7 years ago, and scientific and popular community has become involved in this like 5-6 years ago, and the peak was somewhere in 2018, 2019, where it was very actively raising funds for operational activities and popular and scientific events. And here I can say that if talking about very big scale events, that without state support we wouldn't be able to do anything. Crowdfunding is more like a tool of additional funding, with help of which, with the funds attracted, you can cover some costs that are not provided by grants, and that's a possible option. But if you have a very small initiative, like a small lecture somewhere in a local Russian city, that's where crowdfunding can become a very successful tool for development. And I can come up with a very good example. My customers from Izhevsk, that's where they were able to develop a small scientific, popular science, development center. They brought all of the Russian popularizers of science there, and with the introductory amount of 50,000, it was quite sufficient that they started that from. And we can have big scale examples when big funds gather quite a lot for their programs, and small ones as well. And Arina will be speaking after me, but it was a very cool event which I like very much. That's the Funk Festival dedicated to the documentary films. They also crowdfunded that event, and that was used for some areas that had not been provided by the government. Arina, what do you think about crowdfunding, by the way? Whether you're going to use it in the future, or this instrument has not become popular for you? What do you think? Well, okay. Since Lilia started this, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Marina Pushkina, and two main projects is Science Slam from 2006 and documentaries from 2015. Crowdfunding is a very interesting and cool tool for emotional support. When people see that someone supports you, it's very nice. It's a great way of when you don't have any other ways of raising funds, you can still start this crowdfunding campaign and draw some money. And Lilia was absolutely right, having said that you cannot do it with the big scale projects with crowdfunding, but some local ones can be completely pulled off with crowdfunding, and it's quite a lot of work involved, so you have to get a dedicated person to do this crowdfunding. Shall I continue? No, we have some questions for you. Arina, thank you very much. It's question number one. It's very nice. It's very nice to see you and hear you personally, see all of the creators here, the authors. I would like to support Arina here that crowdfunding is actually a story about PR. It's about involvement And second of all, it's about the money. So if our main task is just to raise some funds, raise some money, I would recommend you to go to the state sector, government sector, or big partners. But if you would like to get a community together, if you would like to talk about yourself, speak about yourself, crowdfunding suits here perfectly. And some numbers here in the end, where I'm closing my presentation. If we are talking about the Russian segment, about our platform, and popular projects and events and scientific initiatives, they raise approximately 14 million rubles, which is a sizable amount, and we were able to increase this with the support of such initiatives, and we hope it's going to be growing year by year. And in this category, these projects have become possible. These are the types of people that get into the essence of the question. They are very scrupulous and they achieve a very high % of success. Not every third one, like everywhere else, statistically, even more frequently, each second one becomes popular here. So speaking in terms of Russia, volumes of funds is not very large, but basically in general crowdfunding is doing nice here. So that's all. I'm done. Thank you very much, Lydia. Just a clarifying question. What would be the criteria for success in crowdfunding? A particular amount of money, for instance, or some followers? Could you give us some numbers and examples? Thank you for your question. Actually, the cornerstone of crowdfunding, the cornerstone for success is having your own community, the projects that have a fan base that exists for a number of years, and the followers. This project with followers and fan base will do much better, as one of the biggest factors is having a community, of course, having a community. And crowd suitability, some factors that this project is suitable for. So it's B2C projects, of course, for particular users. They are targeted at users. Some initiatives should be targeted at some industrial segment, or, for example, work with some businesses. That's not where crowdfunding can be applied, unfortunately. That's what it's important to mention, that it also depends on the team. So the team that starts crowdfunding is actually ready to ask for money. In Russia, we have certain specifics. People feel awkward asking for money. So when you start crowdfunding, you have to be completely transparent, and you have to be open in public. You have to be publicly open. Otherwise, you won't be able to run a successful campaign. So you have to check and verify where the money was spent on. Basically, people will draw, you will draw more attention, and you'll have to report on the funds spent. You'll have to prove your reliability, avoid losing the trust of the community that collects you, get the funds. And you need to understand that some of your initiatives should be pulled off more transparently. You'll have to report about doing that in social media, and make sure that the team of yours is open, so that there will be no contradictions. Thank you very much. Thank you. A couple of questions from the floor, and maybe we'll leave the questions till the very end. I see you have some questions here. I'm Roman Aleynikov. I'm a lecturer from Ravalvan. You said that for crowdfunding you'll have to have a dedicated expert, a PR expert, or you have to tackle some organizational related issues. What would be the organizational items for crowdfunding for a person? A dedicated individual is required for crowdfunding that will always be involved in processes. It depends on the team. If the team has a PR department, it should be a coordinator that tracks all the processes, supports the work with sponsors, with the public, with the audience, and provides feedback about troughs and peaks. you know that we have some peaks, but the peaks will not last forever. You will have troughs as well. So you can sharply go up and it can plummet depending on your PR activities. If your PR activities are weak, it makes sense to hire a person who will be dedicated at promotion. But that's another story. If we are involved in crowdfunding and we understand that we are weak about PR, and if we don't have a big partner base, maybe it's too early or premature for us to start these crowdfunding activities. You have to think about it better. I think the simplest way would be to ask for assistance and help from the platform. Ask for help from a crowd producer about organizational issues and things, but basically it looks like this, with some detail, of course. I would like to move on, and Arina Pushkina has already been introduced from Science Slam, Russia. Arina, could you please tell us about Science Slam? It comes from Germany, as far as I know, but it stays in Russia best of all. Why? Could you speak about your own experience? I think it stayed and lived well in Russia, mainly because of the money segment. The German state was ready to invest into development of this format in Russia, organize the trips and travel of the German experts here, organize the slams here across the board in Russia. This format is great and it spread it around on its own. But the first impact was because of the Roman-German forum. And a few words about our discussion here. The main sources of funding here for popular science events of the state, of course, through subsidies, institutions, educational institutions, state corporations, grants, funding, crowdfunding, foreign governments, people, and selling of the tickets. Here in Slam and Funk and in other projects, we work with everything I've covered. Apart from these donations, if you have some questions about that, and sponsors, please ask them. And in terms of support, for example, the state has it as a big task simply, but speaking for companies, there are four main ones. Corporate and social responsibility. So the tasks that they pursued, just like the state, develop the cities, develop the towns, develop the country, interact with big businesses. Then HR, which is much more difficult. You have to pull yourself together to get the right audience to represent the company in a proper way. Then marketing, when you sell specific services. And I don't believe that popular science events are very good in terms of marketing activities. I think that's where they lose. The company pays just once, but then it starts losing. And then PR. PR is great. It's the association with science, with the intellectual audience, and nice presentations. And speaking in terms of the overall situation and how it goes, I should say that overall in the country the situation has become much more aggravated. The businesses have started losing money, and the state money and the government money and other support, that becomes much more popular. So basically popular science starts spending state money, the grants, for instance, and the money they obtain from various government organizations. And I'm open for questions, by the way. That was the brief story. Colleagues, do you have any questions? So I'll ask this question myself. You say there are less and less sources of private money. It's an interesting problem. It would be nice for us to elaborate on it. What are the reasons for this shrinking? I think we should just speak about the numbers first. Our projects, we could get approximately up to 30 million each year with big-scale projects, when we had big grants, big orders. Basically, why there is less and less money going from private businesses? It's due to COVID-19, heavy aggravated economical situation. and businesses are trying to cover their direct costs just to survive business-wise and not to spend anything on some non-core events. And it's also because of the inflammation of the political situation. Foreign companies, foreign grant givers put it on hold, put it on pause. They do not provide grants for us anymore, and the money doesn't go from them. Maybe the businesses are going towards more cyber sport popular activities that are much more flamboyant. These flamboyant activities would attract hundreds and thousands times more spectators, and obviously it's not a highly intellectual event, but they will be able to see a logo there in this flamboyant event, and that's probably why they are moving there. So it's another question that we would like to postpone till the very end. But so far, you have some other questions, right? Could you please tell us, what's Science Slam all about? Science Slam, it's a scientific and popular science event in a nightclub, in a pub, 5 or 6 scholars who are speaking about their own research in simple, popular language that will be digestible for any member of the audience, and they ask questions to them and they select the winner. Pre-COVID days we would choose the noise meter level with the round of the applause, then voting, electronic voting. This format was established in Russia in 2012. Now 12 cities run these slams across Russia. We also have them in universities and corporations. There are some topical events, and more than 1,500 scholars have been performing in slams over this time.
Пожалуйста. Я тогда сразу задам Лилии.
So here is a question to Lilia and Darina. Here is a crowd idea and time frame. When you understand that it's not a successful project, what are the failed projects share that you have had, and how much time does it take from the idea generation to the actual outcome? Okay, thank you for your question. How do you understand that this project is a failure? I mentioned some criteria for selection, but when you prepare it, it becomes quite obvious that you don't have too many partners, we don't have your own audience. You've not been able to pull up a team together. These are important factors, and there are some stereotypes that an idea is the most important element of the good, cool crowd project. But actually it's not. It's not the idea dependent. It's those projects that tackle the specific idea of a specific community. If they come up with a specific solution for a problem of people, then it's does it all successfully. So it's not about the idea here. The focus is not on the idea. So test your hypothesis on the audience that you prepare this project for. The preparation may take from 1 month to 3 months. It's all individual. If this staged project and goes to Science Slam or Funk for crowdfunding, it would be sufficient just to run it for a month or a couple of weeks. If previously they did not have an experience in organizing elaborated projects, it will take up to a couple of months, of course, because it takes time just to get into detail, collect the opinion leaders, mass media, pull up a team together that will work. It's not that easy. Communication is not simple, so you'll have to be prepared for that. It's not going to be easy, and I approve what Arina has said. Crowdfunding is a very sourceful event. So popularizers, scholars, are not the ones who specialize in PR communication. It's not that easy to do PR communication for them. And I would always say for them, take a look at this project. If you are able of launching one crowdfunding, the second one, the third one, and it goes together well with your research, you should do that. If you understand that once you get there and you will never ever use this tool anymore, it will be too much effort spent for nothing. So that's how it works briefly. Hope it answers your question. Thank you very much. Arina, very quick clarification about the money. So the proportion of private money shrinks and the government money goes up. So it compensates this falling down somehow, or the problem still remains. I do see a problem. It still remains. And crowdfunding will not help us with that. Well, in our volume that we're talking here about, crowdfunding is not a help at all. If it's a grant-related money, this grant-related money, it actually very much deteriorates the organizers. So you will be able just to make reports for the sake of reports. But if you have a live partner and it spends real money and is a very demanding one and is present at the events, next time you will never provide any sum of money if something went wrong with some of your previous projects. And reports, good reports, will not help you out here. So speaking about the rest of the money that goes from the educational institutions, state tasks, the government, I think the monopoly is always bad, and the monopolization of the government is not giving any positive effect here at all either. The quality of the events will be going down, obviously. But apart from that, we can also see that all of the projects will be, state supported, and all of a sudden, in a twinkling of the eye, the government decides to stop this. If they start to control this more and everybody will be dependent on them, it will be completely controlled by the government, which is not very good at all. Thank you very much. We would like to move on. We have the co-organizer of the Trajectory Fund, Mikhail Yurik. Mikhail, could you please speak about this foundation? It supports the popular literature. Mikhail, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. I'm Mikhail. I'm very happy to see everyone here. Thank you very much, the organizers, for inviting me. Thank you for introducing me. I would like to go back real quick to what we've just discussed, because Arina somehow has already read this list of all of the sources of raising funds for her projects, and I have nothing to add here. I'll be just going through the tools, a set of tools that we use in our fund, in our work. And I would just like to make a very quick remark about crowdfunding. I'm completely ready to say that this crowdfunding story is a heavy one, is a hard one to tackle. You have to be going easy on that and purposefully. You cannot just do it as an off-the-cuff event. If you include crowdfunding on purpose, that's one thing, but if you would just like to do it off the cuff, all of a sudden you will not be able to pull it off at all. And some remark about the reports on grants. You said that it's easy, Arina, right? Reporting on grants is easy. I disagree with you. It depends on who you're reporting to. Because as a non-commercial organization, we are reporting, we are reporting twice to the auditor, actually. We go through this audit, annual audit, it's a mandatory one, and also the grant-giving organization, like the Foundation for Presidential Grants. That's where we report to as well. So the Foundation for Presidential Grants tracks all of the rubles and kopecks spent, and beautiful reports, even you are capable of writing beautiful reports, will not be enough for them to justify your activities. That's the story. So probably that's where you are getting this grant, and you're not just subscribing for the conditions of acquiring this grant, but also you're subscribing for a very, very detailed reporting on how you've been able to spend that money. And a few words about the fund. I'm the chairman of the board of the fund called Trajectory. This foundation supports science and education, and we have projects here. On the other hand, it's about cultural heritage, conservation and preservation. It's another trend. As far as science and education, we have big astrophysical trajectory school. It's a project, a dedicated project, a project for support of the popular science literature. We also help publish and release the books together with different publishing houses, translated and also by Russian authors, Russian writers, which is a lot less. I mean, Russian writers. But we are working on that. We are trying to stimulate our respected scholars and popularizers to come up with some literature that can be readable, for an unprepared reader, for a person with standard level of education, shall I put it this way. But here, due to this fact that the organizers have asked me to speak more about culture, I would like to speak about this case, which is all about culture-related projects. And here I would like to talk about the ways that Arena has enlisted for raising the funds. We take some of them, like we work with sponsors. The sponsors support for our activities, and one of them, Nikolai Katrashnov, who is the member of the board of the fund. We work with big-scale businesses, and one of the tools I have, it's a popular one that has become popular recently, when corporates order science, popular science events for their employees, and sometimes big companies contact us so that we stage a lecture, deliver a lecture, have a master class on popular science topics, on some popular topics. Works like this. And as well as that, to update our funds, we use fundraising platforms. Can I name them, by the way? So we work with the Planeta.ru and Нужна помощь, which translates as need help. It's a structured organization which has recently sprang up in the non-commercial organizations branch, which helps non-commercial organizations find the sources for donations, those who will donate to you, support your activities. This is the collection point for donors and non-commercial organizations.
Working with this platform, with this approach, is much easier rather than with traditional fundraising, because in traditional fundraising the mechanism is a little bit different, but we can talk about it later. But we are working with grants, and one of the projects related to culture that we have been implementing 3 years in a row. We implemented with the help of a grant given by the Presidential Grants Foundation. The project is related to preservation of cultural heritage. It's called Деревня Gafosтров. It's a cultural project to preserve cultural heritage. It's an educational project as well. And we were thinking, how could we combine here culture and education? And we came up with a project which combines, on the one hand, education in wooden structures and historic structures made of wood logs, and on the other hand, it's a school to teach how to work with wood, how to work on wood, and how to recover different architecture and how to reconstruct architecture. If time allows, then I could demonstrate the result. I mean, intermediate result. We can have a look at the video. It's about 5 minutes long, and in the end, we can stop it. As long as we have technical opportunity to do that, then let's do it. I'm talking to organizers right now. I think they promised to show it.
Только звука нет.
But there's no sound. Can we have sound as well?
Без звука не очень
Cultural
интересно.
ethnographic. It's not very interesting without sound, actually.
Ну, наверное, я буду комментировать
Well,
тогда,
let me
что ли.
comment on it then, if there is no sound in here.
Да,
Or-
значит, полевая школа
So it's a
была
field school. It was organized. We received the grant for 2 years. We arranged for this field school, we call it,
обучению работе с
to
деревом
teach people how to work with wood. It's managed by experienced architects and restoration
восстановлением и
experts
реставрацией.
who are restoring and recovering wooden structures. We're working with Museum Kiji and their department that is engaged in restoration and recovery of museums and wooden structures.
У нас
These
это
people
направление
agreed to head this area. They're leading there, and we held a contest. And with the help of this contest, we recruited 18 people from the whole country, from our big country. And these 18 people were ready to go to this field to live in tents, in tent camp. And on the one hand, they received some knowledge on how to work with wood, but on the other hand, as a result of their work,
реально
they're going to
восстановлены.
be really recovered. 2 objects. One of them is a mill, and we see it once in a while there. And also another wooden structure. Why exactly these objects? Because the Kiji Museum
Придал им статус
Took-
памятников и
has
выставил
given a status of monuments to
себя на
these
острове.
structures, and they're exhibiting them in the island of Kiji right
В данном
now.
случае мы придумали,
So right
в данном случае мы придумали
here,
на их
as far
историческом
as this
месте
project is concerned, we decided to recover these objects, so to resurrect copies at the original places where they were in the beginning. So we recruited these people, and they were managed by these professionals, and all together they were recovering these wooden structures.
Точнее, в прошлом, получается, году у нас сезон
Last
провалился
year,
по той
the
простой
season
причине, что
failed for the simple reason of the pandemic. We failed to go to that location, and we failed to do the project last year. And
все онлайн, то есть мы перевели
as
все.
it happens, everything was going on online. We decided to provide all the theory through lectures online in a remote manner. This summer, we went there offline, and on top of that, we held a school of beginner volunteers. So
Обучение,
one part was the idea of recovery of cultural heritage and restructuring of cultural heritage. But together with that, we gathered volunteers who were interested in this activity.
вообще волонтеры могут
And we
организоваться.
explained to them how they can get arranged over there, how they can be helpful there, what could be done,
Что еще тут можно
what
добавить?
else could be added here.
Бюджет, наверное, интересен.
The
Проект
budget, maybe, is interesting. It's a 2-year project, and it cost us 8 million rubles, which we received, let me repeat it, from the grant of Presidential Grants Foundation. And 1 month ago, we reported on this project, and right now we're waiting for the results of the inspection of the check. I guess that's it as far as my part is concerned. And if there are questions, I'll be happy to answer. Okay, my question, those guys who are working on the video, how do they get there? Do they submit any requests on your website, or it was a contest, as I said? We announced the contest for the whole country, for all Russia. We were receiving, we were taking requests from people 18 plus years old. We were taking requests from students of architectural universities and colleges.
взрослые, которые
And of course, adults as well, adults who are just interested in wooden construction. And through this contest, we recruited these
машут
people
топорами, и вот
who
девушки
are
рисуют.
working with access there, and they are making these blueprints
Они
there.
получали что-то, ну, это была оплачиваемая
Did
стипендия
they
какая-то?
get any payment or any remuneration for this work? We covered their trip. We covered their travel expenses. We covered their food. We had a field kitchen there. We were cooking for them. It was done centralized, so we were providing for the food. And
Этой школы
in the
ребята
end of this school, every participant received a certificate that they received this training, this course, including theoretical lectures that were given online, and after that we gave more lectures offline in the territory of that village. By the way, that village doesn't have any internet coverage, any connection, or they don't have light, they don't have electricity. So we were using different power generators to hold these lectures. Mikhail, thank you very much. Colleagues, if you have
Сейчас спросите
questions,
Михаила,
one or
либо
two questions, we can take these questions now, and then we can
Спасибо
move
еще
on.
раз. Ну,
Thank you one more time. Okay, let me introduce our fourth speaker then. It's Denis Prudnik, founder of a Popular Science Project. We believe in space. He's a founder of TikTok channel, Space in Simple Words. So, Denis, what's the audience of your TikTok? I have 265,000 followers. It's TikTok Russia, but that's not the point. The point is that all the support types have already been mentioned. I just wanted to comment on a few words. One of the kind of supports for my popular science events is here right next to me, Trajectory Foundation. Trajectory Foundation has been helping me many times. And when you speak about forms and types of support, then first of all, I think not about the money. First of all, I think about what this corporation, this business, this state can give me. About grants, I wanted to comment on grants. Reports in terms of grants are much easier for private individuals rather than for NGOs. It is 100%. This year I won a grant related to space for 750,000 rubles, and maybe I'm the only person in the country who was reluctant to receive this grant, because I was thinking maybe I don't need this grant because it will just spoil me, maybe it will deteriorate the PR of my project, because I mentioned great statistics in the documents. I thought maybe it would spoil me, maybe I wouldn't do it nice. But then I decided I will not buy any reviews. So I had a goal to receive a grant in order to hold the project. But before the grant, I was not receiving any financial aid anywhere. I pursued a different policy completely. I was promoting my private brand, and through private brand I started receiving money for some filmings, for my expert reviews, and it was a scientific popular way. So this was a more difficult ways. Personal brand is a difficult thing to develop. It's not that much developed yet, but I receive money for my expertise and as an expert in cosmonautics and in space technology. But still, I wanted to comment. The state is ready to get in touch. The state is ready to support your events when you are eager to hold your events. When me and my people decided to hold popular science events in libraries and in cultural events and in other social platforms, we were telling them, we want just your venue, this is the only thing we need from you, and we can arrange for the event ourselves. We will advertise it ourselves. And it worked, and slowly but surely the project was developing, and now some events and platforms are inviting us, and we are covering this space tech subject. In terms of types of support, grants by state corporations. In space, actually, we have a different problem. In other high-tech industries, they might not have it. It happens so that our high-tech, innovative industries are closed for public. From stage, we can say anything. We can say that we are popularizing science, so on and so forth. But there's such a thing as state secret, secret materials, and most often state corporations will not allow you to make this event public because information is secret. It's classified. They will not attend events simply because they are scared that they will give away a secret that had been online for long, by the way, but it's another thing. Still, they are scared to take part in events. So you can receive support from state corporations, but it's very difficult to get support in space exactly, say space technologies. As to commercial organizations, they always say that they support social initiatives, they say these beautiful words, but really, they don't have budget for this. They don't have it. When you go to a business and you ask for support, they will say, we don't have funding for you. We have a budget for this year, and unfortunately, this cost has never been budgeted. We cannot give any money to you. Next year, maybe we can help you in case if you submit a request. But this question can be solved very, very simply. You can ask not just for money, you can ask for some other type of support, maybe for gifts or maybe for venue. Maybe you can invite a speaker from this corporation. Maybe they can help you with PR. Maybe they can advertise your event. This is what they can do. Not the money, but something else. We have a project that's called We Believe in Space. We have 4 main speakers, 4 main lecturers. And we just texted them directly into Lego Russia. We told them we are holding Space Shuttle and Saturn V. We are holding lectures, and we wanted to use an interactive format. And Lego did not request any pictures. They didn't request any reports. They just helped us. They were eager to help us. We are just Lego. We are ready to help you. So if you knock on the doors, and if you ask specific businesses, then they are ready to support you. It's not easy, of course. It takes time, it takes energy, because sometimes they will not respond. If you text them to info.russia@lego.ru something, then they might not answer. But they might answer. They still might answer, and it will help your events, it will help your business. Unfortunately, popularizers of space and popularizers of science in our country is not a job. You will not make money doing this. At least you will not make big money in Russia. And a popularizer, as an individual, he will never be a rich person. He will be engaged into his work, he will be inspired by his work, but he will never be rich. But he can help popularize science, really.
Денис, спасибо, но я не могу не
Thank you
спросить.
very much, Dennis. Another question, popularizer of space, on the right from me. Recent days, a lot of talk about space because the Soyuz has just been launched. Do you believe that the state is really supporting space? What's your view on this as a popularizer of space? The state is doing nothing about this, and they're never going to do anything about this, because there's a state space program in Russian Space Agency. They have mission Moon 2025. They have different projects there, purely scientific projects, but they don't have a single line on their agenda that would be saying that we need to recruit new people, we need to popularize space technology, so on and so forth. The project that is going on right now, well done, great. I hope that actors are doing fine on the International Space Station, but we need to understand that it had been budgeted in the Russian space program. Space people, the experts, were supposed to go on to space this time, and they were just replaced with actors at a short notice. It's a year of science and technologies, and all of a sudden we need to popularize science. If, for instance, next year, if it's going to be a year of culture, then culture will be important. This is the way it's going to work in Russia. But Russian Space Agency, Roscosmos, is not popularizing space technologies. Maybe they just don't understand it and don't focus on this. Space technology is not popular in the country right now. So you don't think it's popular in Russia right now? You can't see any upflow? People are not interested in space technology? It seemed to me that youth is interested in space. Youth is interested in space, but not for the reason that Roscosmos is doing something, but it's because Elon Musk is there. Elon Musk is popularizing space technologies, and he's doing it much better than the Russian Space Agency. And in 15 years, Elon Musk will need more people because he will fly to Mars. This is why people are interested. And NASA does the same. NASA is budgeting this. They have at least $3 or $5 billion to popularize space technology. They hold lectures, they have road shows, they visit schools, and they have it budgeted in their organization, in NASA. But we don't do it. We don't have it. Our youth loves space, but I will not get surprised if in 15 years this youth will be working for SpaceX. Thank you, colleagues. Questions?
Пожалуйста.
Если позволите, я бы хотел задать
If I
вопрос не
may, I
столько по
wanted to ask
космосу.
questions not about space. However, it's an interesting subject. I wanted to ask a different question. Do we have a program on scientific knowledge transfer, on popularization of science into regions, into Russian regions. How can it be funded?
У нас такие проекты есть, но опять
We
же,
have projects like this, but they're at an infant stage right now. Because on a global level, the state does not raise this question of popularization. There are local, isolated popularizers of science, but they are not from the space. I am popularizing science, but I know at least like 5 more people that are popularizing science as well in the country, but we are not even in touch with each other. And it's another problem. About science knowledge transfer to regions, it's a complex project. It must be initiated by state, I believe. In the Ministry of Education, we have a project to popularize science for youth so that they understand where they can work, where they can get employment further. But it's a very long-term program, and it's only beginning.
Спасибо. Еще вопросы, коллеги?
Thank you. More questions?
У нас вот онлайн поступил один вопрос.
We have one question online. Legal support of crowdfunding. How is it done? Is anyone ready to explain? I don't know who's ready to explain. Just me, probably. Legal support of crowdfunding. It's quite simple. On the side of our platform, we have a standardized agreement, a template agreement. We sign it before we launch crowdfunding. It's generated automatically based on the data of the counterparts that are typed in there. It's signed by the author of the platform, and then it's signed after the project is over as well. After this question, usually we receive a question about taxation. The amounts from crowdfunding. Unfortunately, there is no article about crowdfunding in taxation. It's not taxed as charity. So the money that was received from crowdfunding is considered to be profit. And the money raised with crowdfunding is taxed, depending on whether you are a physical individual or a legal entity. It's simple and a bit boring.
Если есть что добавить, коллеги.
Colleagues, anything else you can add? The question was quite general. Legal support, what do you mean exactly here? On the side of the platform, yes, it's simple. Documents can be pulled together in a simple way. The one who receives the money, it depends on his cuisine. If it's a private individual, it's one thing. If it's a legal entity, it's a different thing. It's related to taxation as well and to accounting for this money with the platform. Thank you. I wanted to say thank you to Dennis once again for an interesting presentation. And we have an international forum. We have a guest from India, Kapil Kumar Tripathi. If we have him online, then please let's connect him to us.
Пожалуйста.
Over to you.
Hello, I am audible?
Да, мы вас слышим, пожалуйста.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone, and I welcome to my presentation. And as I know that there are so many participants are listening me, so on behalf of Vikan Prasad, my own organization, I welcome all of you. And I would like to take this opportunity to talk to you about science communication through OTT platform. And I am from Vikan Prasad. It is a department under Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. And we have launched this project in 2019, 2 years back, and we have got a very good response from our citizen about this initiative of Department of Science and Technology. And there is a problem in school. I am audible?
Yes, we can hear you well.
I think this slide is not moving.
У нас происходит задержка слайдов, если можно.
Maybe a delay in flipping the slides. We need to look at
Продолжайте в
this.
любом случае, пока мы...
Anyway, please continue while we are sorting out this technical difficulty.
I think this there is some problem in this slide. So as you know that this OTT technology is a emerging technology, and in Department of Science and Technology, we realized that this emerging technology has very much appreciated by our common citizen. And in 2019, we launched this project on OTT platform. In India, there is a long due demand about the National Science Channel. And 2019, when we started this project, at that time, there was a problem that where we find this large amount of content to run a OTT platform. So in 2019, when we start this activity 24/7 OTT channel, it is largely we want to showcase the achievement from our Indian laboratories, Indian institutions, and there was a problem that there was a lot of disconnect between scientists and journalists. So at that time, this we need a platform and good journalists so that they can showcase our achievement from Indian labs. Can I once again stop and share the screen? Hello.
Мы не видим... Так, мы видим только первый слайд сейчас.
We still can see the first slide only. Can we see the next slides? I'm talking to our IT guys. Can we see the next slides, please?
Can I stop share and once again reconnect this?
Мы, к сожалению, не можем видеть слайды. Вам придется...
Unfortunately, we cannot see your slides, so we will have to continue without presentation. We are sorry about that. So please continue without slides.
Давайте коротко, может быть, к заключению, к основным тезисам.
Maybe just main points. You could tell us main points.
Yeah.
Oh, now we can see. Now we can see the slides. Okay, good. Please go on.
Yeah, as you know that this is a emerging technology, and the term OTT means the delivery of audio and video streaming content to user through internet without subscribing the traditional satellite service provider. The OTT is an emerging media service and provide a digital content related to entertainment, knowledge, sports, and games and news. Some of very popular platforms, as you all know, that video flow platform like Netflix, Amazon Prime, Hotstar, similarly audio streaming platform like Spotify and Apple Music, and messaging platform like Facebook, Skype, and WhatsApp are very popular worldwide. So this OTT is very much in news in India, as a recent report by our leading newspaper that is called HinduBusinessLine.com says that the penetration of television market in India is 64%, and it is intensely competitive. So OTT gave lots of competition to television nowadays. And over 66% people in India subscribe to more than one OTT app. And between 2020 and 21, the number of OTT viewers in India increased by 47%, driven by the stay-at-home restriction due to COVID pandemic. And by 2025, the number of connected smartphone television are expected to reach 40 to 50 millions. And that means 30% of the content viewed through this screen only on the gaming, social media, and short videos. So this is reported very recently in our newspaper, magazine, and there are lots of reports are coming about the OTT. So nearly 87% of daily online video content is viewed through the mobile phones, and data consumption in India has increased 32 times in the last 5 years. And this KPMG report says that Indian on an average spend 70 minutes around 8.2 hours per week per person on a video platform like Netflix, Amazon, etc. So this OTT subscriber base is also expanding due to the adoption of Internet of Things, IoTs, and nowadays the content can be shared between mobile and IoT-driven devices. So this base is expanding drastically in India, and lots of people are getting the information, first-hand information through OTT platform. So this is the some share of subscription-based OTT platform in India. As you can see in the slide, the Hotstar, Disney, and Prime videos have a share around 19%, and Netflix has a 18%. So these are the big OTT service provider, and people are getting their content and they are subscribing, and their base is also growing very fast in India. So as far as the content flow is mechanisms concerned, this OTT work on unicast technology. That means every device get a separate signal from the source. So this feature makes this OTT technology or OTT platform very unique as compared to the traditional broadcast, like we receive the signal from satellite, terrestrial cable, or IPTV. So as far as the technology is concerned, in 2010, when this multi-bit technology came into the picture, then this technology picked up, and nowadays there is no issues related to the bandwidth, and even in low bandwidth, we can the signal or can the picture without any its distortion. So in India, there are the most 8 factors which which shows that the reason because why people are coming to the OTT technology. These are the cost, convenience, feature, social propensity, content availability, smartphone and mobile internet penetration, user experience, and net neutrality. So these are the 8 factors which is reported by our researcher to come to the OTT technology. As far as some data is concerned from India, is that monthly average global mobile data traffic and consumption worldwide, it is 7.2 gigabits. So this is consumption is also increasing, and people are getting the content through mobile. In India, around 1.3 billion of people, and out of them around 78% people have a mobile phone connection, and 400 million people are using active social media users. So that's come around 29% of the total population are on social media. So we see that how much time they spend on internet activity. So from this
Kapil, одна минута, пожалуйста.
we can see that
1 minute, please.
We get 6 hours 30 minutes. People are spending their time on internet activity, and through mobile, they are spending 3 hours 23 minutes. So this shows that people are spending lots of time on the internet, and it is a good source of information by sending messages about the science communication or science related messages. In COVID pandemic time, this our efforts were very much appreciated by our common public in giving a first-hand information about the COVID pandemic also. As far as the device ownership is concerned, 91% people in India have a mobile phone, and out of them 90% have a smartphone. So by harnessing this data, we thought that we should start a OTT channel, and we should get a smart video, a smart clip through using this platform. So that was the reason, and very timely we launched this initiative in India. If we compare this OTT platform, then other traditional television system and multi-cast system, OTT has all features. That's why it became very popular. It has a live TV provision, video on demand facility, digital right management, electronic programming guide. So these have all factored. That's why it is very popular, and people are now switching to OTT due to this reason. As I told that we have started a science communication activity through OTT channel in India, and India Science is the one of the major step in this direction. So our channel name, OTT channel name is India Science. So through this initiative has a power to engage people, and scientific content can be seen anytime, anywhere. So science-based OTT platforms are growing in India as an institution level and individual level also. So some SNT-based YouTube channel apart from India Science are very popular, like Garib Scientist, Scientist Documents, Science in Dope, Arvind Gupta, and CCL IITGN. So these YouTube channels are very popular, and people are liking content through this either on YouTube channel or through India Science. So as far as the India Science is concerned, it is a internet-based science channel initiated by Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, and Bigyan Prasar, which is an autonomous organization under Department of Science and Technology, is implemented and implementing this channel. So this is a bilingual channel, and we are creating a content in Hindi and English. And this video platform is basically dedicated to the science and technology, knowledge dissemination, and a strong commitment to spreading scientific temper, scientific awareness, especially with the Indian perspectives, ethos, and culture. Video related to science and technology and innovation from Indian laboratory, Indian institutions are available on this platform, and more in 2 years, we have produced more than 3,000 video. In COVID time also, we created per day 2 hour content for this channel. So if we go to this site, www.indiascience.in, you will see the look and feel of this channel. This is the our channel of India Science. Here you can see the live program also, and you can see this gallery. There are lots of categories are there. This is the series of Inspire Award and Manak Award, which is the flagship program of Departments of Science and Technology. We give every day per day explained video, very short videos like the science of spring volcano, how volcano eruption cool earth. So weekly science news we give. Corona update. Every day we produce one program on Corona, what's going around in research and vaccination programs. Every day we produce a content. Indian Scientific Institution, Life and Science with Pallav Agra. This is very popular series. And this Corona ko harana hai, this program in Hindi on COVID. And like this, we have produced a 52 episode series on Vice Spice, disaster, popular science, planet Earth, and loam. So this is you can say.
У нас небольшой временной
I'm sorry to interrupt. We are limited. Thank you very much for your interesting presentation, but we need to stop here. Thank you.
Да.
Thank you. And I would like to express my gratitude for your joining us here on this conference. Yes, indeed, the implementation of digital technology in India, considering the population of India, looks very impressive. It does impress us a lot. Thank you very much for joining us here and showing us very relevant data. It's very valuable.
Я бы хотел вам задать.
And I would like to ask you a question. Does government control program exist in India that controls popular science information that is spread over the internet? Does it exist, or are there any such initiatives existing in India or programs of that kind? Thank you.
Yeah. this in India, government does not control over the science related programs. And in 2 years, my experience was that every whenever we comes to the showcase the research which is going on in the laboratories, all the scientists, researchers, policymakers are very much enthusiastic about to showcase what is going on the in the laboratory to common masses. So we don't have any control over the around the programming. Being a autonomous organization under Department of Science and Technology, we have a full liberty to choose any programs which are the nation interest and which are the very beneficial to common mass. So we don't have any problem in a similar kind.
Thank you very much. Спасибо большое. Коллеги, у нас остается 5 минут.
Thank you very much. We have just 5 minutes left. We are closing our session. Do you have any clarifying questions for all of the speakers here on the panel? Because all of the speakers are here. I have yet another question to you. You have different companies, you have different organizations here, and you have 3 different types of support: financial, organizational, and information support. How do you spread by companies? What's number 1? What's number 2? What's number 3 of all these kinds of support? Question to all of you, whoever will take this. Denis, would you please take this question?
Микрофон, все, включился. Для меня
Yes,
самое
my
важное...
mic is on. For me, information support is crucial, like I said in the very beginning, because as far as the popularization of science is called, you cannot not earn much on it in terms of my goals in my head, because you can earn here 100%. Probably I just did not express it properly. But for me, information support is important, and it's not the tangible material support which is more important. You can always find some money. It doesn't really matter. You'll be able to find the money by selling your commercials, whatever.
Пиар и так далее, это более важная тема.
But PR and other things are more important. For example, we have Science Popular lecture or festival announced on the Roscosmos website. It really gives a good punch to the project, so that's non-tangible, but information support is far more important than material financial support. Good question. Let's all of the participants answer this question. Mikhail, what do you think? Yes, it's an interesting question indeed. Very interesting one. I would agree with what Denis has said. The information part is equally important, but you have to have a very comprehensive approach. I understand why you're asking this question, because you need to single something out. The information support is huge, and I remember Denis's words about the personal brand and the experience, your experience, my experience, our joint experience in promoting the projects. Because despite the fact that it's very hard to get access to big corporations, and when you get there, they say, no, we cannot help you, all the money has been spent or allocated, or it's not, such option is not provided for you. Whatever their reply is, still making arrangements with these companies, making agreements with them is important, because you'll need to be flashing in front of their eyes with your projects. If at a certain moment in time they encounter an issue or a problem when they have to implement something and they are not capable of doing that, immediately it will ring in their brain. Yes, I know this person. He is able to pull this off. After 5 years of the fund's work, sometimes it just gets on the surface. We had been previously rejected with our proposals, but then afterwards, when they have this problem and when they have to tackle this task of the corporate and social responsibility, they come up to us and ask us for help. That's how it works. Thank you. Lydia, what do you think? Me personally, all these forms of support, organizational, informational, financial, they're all important. It's up to the individual project what's more important for it. So I can say that basically It does depend on the development stage which the project exists. At the inception stage of the project, information organization, barter-like agreements are important, but the more it develops, financial aspect becomes paramount. So I have to take you take to have a holistic look on it.
Спасибо.
That's what I
Арина?
think.
Мне
Arina?
кажется, есть вариант, что легче.
I think it's easier just to get information support. It's much easier at all times. But we need financial support. If you give us money, we'll be able to get information support. We'll be able to release mass media campaigns. We'll hire nice PR experts. We'll get targeted advertising. Big state companies very seldom can come up with these quality events like we are capable of. If they give us experts, we promote their experts, and they will have to pay us money for that. I can vouch for that, and I can support you with both hands. That's where we're going to make a pause, and I would like to thank all of the speakers and all of the members in the audience for this nice, fruitful discussion so far. See you next time. Now we're going to take a break.
Rajendra, hello. Hello, you're next. Do you have a presentation?
I'm Rajendra from India.
Yes, I understand.
Yeah.
Do you have a presentation?
Yeah.
Okay.
But my presentation is in session 4.
Yes, yes. Now there is a coffee break, and
Yeah.
And after that, your turn.
Okay.
Wait a second. Okay, let's test your presentation. Can you share screen, please?
Just a minute. Yes. Just a minute. I will share my screen.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is the green button at the bottom of the screen.
You can see my screen?
Yes, great.
Okay.
Don't forget to make a full screen.
Okay, I will just let me.
Okay. Do you have a video?
Yeah.
Do you have a video in presentation maybe or something to show?
No,
okay.
Nothing.
Okay. Okay. Don't stop video, please, and be here. Okay, you can stop sharing screen.
You are not able to see my screen?
No, I can see, but you now can stop sharing.
Should I start my presentation or what?
Okay. Everything all right? Everything all right? You can just to make a full screen.
Okay, just a minute.
Okay.
Yes. Is it okay?
Yes, leave it like this. Yes. Great.
Okay.
And don't turn off the presentation.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
After the break, I have to start my presentation.
Yes, after coffee break.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
हाँ हाँ नहीं बंद कर दिया उसने मेरी स्क्रीन वगैरह सब करा ली अब मुझे बता मैंने फोटो खींची वो कहाँ से कैसे करूँ वो मैंने क्लिक करके रखनी अपने लिए क्या है मेरे को वो जो वर्ड वाली वो कहाँ गई ये इसको बड़ा रहने दे नहीं मत कर कुछ भी कर म्यूट कर मिश्रा जी, मिश्रा जी सुन पा रहे हैं मेरे को? मिश्रा जी सुन पा रहे हो मेरे को?
Please speak. Please speak.
हाँ
Fine
रजनी
to me.
Hello,
Fine to me.
Dr. Mishra, hello. I can
Yeah.
hear you and the sound is good.
अच्छा, it's okay.
Yes, it's okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank
Then
you.
after that- Yeah. Thank you.
Okay,
या मैडम
Dr. Mishra and
राजेंद्र
Regina,
राजेंद्र सिंह
are you performing together?
No, I am performing the National Science Day and Maths Day, and then the award will be performed by Dr. Mishra ji.
Okay.
I will start first.
You are first, yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
मिश्रा जी सुन पा रहे हैं मेरे को आप? मिश्रा जी सुन पा रहे हैं आप? आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही।
आज आ रही है आवाज आपकी,
ठीक
बहुत
है
अच्छे
सर।
से आ रही है। ठीक है ना?
ठीक है सर, ओके।
पहले आपका, इसके बाद मेरा है ना?
हाँ सर, फिर आप कर देना।
Do you ask something?
No, nothing मैडम।
Dear speakers, please don't stop your video. Yes, thank you. Dear speakers, we are delayed for 10 minutes. We start at 16:35. We apologize and thank you.
हेलो हाँ नहीं नहीं वो ब्रेक अभी किया
Раз, раз. Да, да, да.
Так, есть звук.
Всем добрый вечер.
Раз, раз. Раз, раз.
Раз.
Сегодня с нами вечер не будет томным. Даниэль, где вы?
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. We're going to start this evening session dedicated to the mass interactive format. We're going to be sharing the experience of running mass events in popular science realm in different countries on different continents. I'd like to make a presentation to the participants of the meeting. I'm Olga Orlova. I'm from the Russian public television, an anchor, and I would like to introduce the speakers. Kristina Sablina, she's in charge of the communication of the national project called Science and Universities. It's an autonomous, non-commercial organization called National Priorities, as well as Vladimir Pakhomov, chairman of the Philological Council of Total Dictation, Council for the Institute of the Russian Language of the Russian Academy of Sciences. Evgeny Syrov is in charge of the Polytechnical and Popular Education and Enlightenment Program, a representative from Brazil, and we're happy to see our guests from abroad who have been able to reach Moscow. It was not easy for them, but that they did that. Daniel Lavouras, representing the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovations in Brazil, here with us. We have online speakers as well. Hopefully they can hear us well. It would be very nice if they could raise a hand and let us know that they can see and hear us. Mr. Rajinder Singh and Mr. Misra from India, representing the Department of Science and Technology of India. They will be sharing the experience of mass interactive scientific formats in India. I'm going to show their experience. Mr. Lu Min, Deputy of the Commission for Science and Technology, Shanghai Municipality from China, and South Africa. Bersan Lesh, representing Department of Science and Innovations from South Africa. I would like to use my moderator's rule and come up with this agenda so that these events, the speakers, one speaker from Russia, and then they'll be alternating. One speaker from Russia, another speaker is from yet another Brics country, so it will be an English speaker. So we'll be alternating Russian, English. And I would like to ask all of the speakers. So on the one hand, we'll be happy to hear your success stories of how you run massive interactive events dedicated to making science popular. On the other hand, it's important that each and everyone shares some negative experience as well, and to explain about the barriers on your way, obstacles, issues and problems that you have faced running such massive events. Maybe we will not have enough time for discussion in the end because we have quite a lot of participants and we cannot give more than 10 minutes each for the presentation. If you can make it shorter, I welcome that. So we'll hardly have any time for discussion. Therefore, I would like to kindly ask each and every one of you to speak not only about success, but also about the problems you have encountered. Please bear that in mind. Kristina Sablina, she's in charge of the communication of the national project, Science and Universities, our first speaker. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, I would like to welcome you here. It's very pleasant for me to speak at this popularization of science event. I'll be speaking about the year of science and technology in Russia, the year of science and technology. Olga, would you please help me with the presentation, with the slides? So we need to show the slides. Just hold on a second, please. Obviously, we cannot start with slides. I'll just talk. Oh, thank you for the slides. That's the one. Why would we call this a year of science and technology? Because it's our national priorities. They are the operator of the year. I'm trying to go back to slide number 1 and I'm failing. All right. So we're working on having this year of science and technology. There was the main plan of the events. Somewhere in the middle, colleagues and I understood that there were so many willing participants who were actually dreaming about becoming a part of this project and come up with their own events. So we decided to create an additional plan as we work on the main plan. The plan was changing dynamically and all of the participants could be involved and be using information resources, communication resources. As we have been running this event, Year of Science and Technology, 3,000 events have been conducted, approximately additional and main ones, as you can see on the slide here. These are the numbers, the number of events, and that's not the limit because we still have 3 months before this year expires, but with the events that we have conducted, I would like to point out not just purely scientific events, but also this congress and exhibition events from the science-related events. I would like to call the launch of the Deep Neutrino Telescope entitled Baikal, the only one in the world, the telescope that is capable of simply catching neutrinos, smallest particles that give answers to the question how our universe started and what was the genesis of all that. If you're interested about that particular project, you can elaborate on that on the Year of Science web page at our website. With the events we've had, we wanted to attract different participants, students, school children, their parents, people who were involved in science and technology and some scientific community rather. With this Year of Science, we've attracted approximately 3 million people offline and 260 million online participants. I would like to specifically focus on more than 300 representatives of the professional community, because the scientists and the scholars involved are extremely important for us. As an operator of the Year of Science and Technology, we have conducted huge analytical work, and with this year, each month of the year was dedicated to a specific topic. For example, March was dedicated as the new medicine month, April, which was undoubtedly the space conquering month, and so forth. And so in order to target our audience at those specific scientific events, we came up with the monthly scenarios. You can see them also at the website of ours, the Year of Science.rf it's called. It's a report made up of 3 important components: phases, components, and technologies. With the phases, we show the new phases, those people who are a little bit older, those who had put quite a lot of input in science and technology development, in different trends. With the technology section, we speak about contemporary scientific research, which are also valuable internationally, and in the regions section we speak about additional infrastructural facilities where we conduct research and those different facilities. Thus, we explain once again that this research is conducted not only in Moscow and St. Pete, it's done all across the board in our territories of Russia. As we speak on the slides about scientific and popular formats, popular science formats. I will speak about the integration to the television projects. 2 television channels are shown here, but we actually integrate with all of the federal television channels. In September, for instance, we had 3 reports on the Sergei Molozyonov's series, which was dedicated to the achievements and projects of the Russian scientists. There are some other formats where we try to focus on the more demanding members of the audience, that is our children. Also, we call this children's project on the radio with this jovially format, with using jokes and songs and rhymes and poems, where we explain to the kids about the achievements of the science. For example, we spoke about the discoveries of the algae that can disintegrate the displays of our smartphones so that we can recycle them. We do not only integrate the logo into the area of the exhibition area, or we do not just simply put it on the media or merchandise. We also try to integrate it to the business program. For example, at the festival called Science Plus, which will start on October the 8th, we demonstrate our films about the great names, great scientific names of Russia. We have done it with the Oko TV and 365 TV. We have partners programs. They're very important. Those of you who have reached us by Aeroflot airplanes, I'm not promoting Aeroflot, but those of you may have heard the announcements of captains and stewards that this year we are running the year of science and technology. Those of you who have reached us by high-speed trains, regular trains, you may have heard and seen videos on those trains dedicated specifically to those events. And additionally, I would like to elaborate on this science nearby, Nauka Rядом, that's called in Russian. That's a campaign that is cascading down the regions in Russia. The billboards and different out-of-door media showing a young researcher, a young scientist, with a short description of his achievement and some slogans. Apart from that, we have partners programs that are made up of a few components. For example, there is a project which is called At the Edge of Science. We launched that with the Presidential Committee here in Mises Steel University and Alloys University. It works with students of different schools, the graduates where the scientists had graduated from, and those online events are also there, and lots of other interesting things. We launched in the test mode a product which is called Some Kind of Scientist. It's the special selection test. You can run through this test. It's a semi-fun test, semi-professional test. You can expose yourself to this test and find out what kind of science or scientist or scholar you can become. For example, I was very close to Yuri Lotman because I had graduated from Moscow State University. And in the end, I would like to say that all of the work which is done here in the year of science and technology, it's not only the technologies for the sake of reporting, it's not just what we put on the shelf, it's not a project for the sake of a project itself, but it's all about enhancing scientific knowledge in the country and inviting people to the science, explaining that science is great, it's interesting. Modern scientist is a young person who is an all-rounder, a person with a prospect, who sets up a template for the future development of our planet, a scientist who tackles different tasks on different fronts. And sociological surveys that we run together here show that more than half of our respondents are aware of Russia's running year of science and technology. More than 36% are familiar with more detailed information about Russian achievements and developments. And in the end, I would like to point out that we've also had some issues, and we will be having these issues. What kind of issues? It's very nice that we have scientists that know, and it's even better that there are some scientists and scholars that are capable of explaining what they are doing. But it's the best when we have scientists and scholars that are aware of what they're doing and can explain this to everyone. So in a very, very nice way, so that those who are not involved in science and technology can be involved in this and continue studying it. And as one of the examples, as an example that we have ran together with the Institute of the Internet Development, which we launched and call it just simply science, we have a series of videos involving these scholars and scientists. We help them make a proper representation about their projects in a very, very digestible way, using the media image, a proper media image of that particular scientist. What I mean, and it's not all. We still have 3 months ahead of us, and we have a final event. We'll be summing up the results of the year and the launch of a big television project on the NTV channel. We'll be speaking about the educational aspects. That's on October 15th. Please put on NTV channel at 8:30. We'll have a show where we'll be speaking about educational and non-educational projects in the Kant University in Kaliningrad. I'm done. Thank you very much. Thank you, Christina. As far as I understand, that the main problem here is having accessible scientists and scholars who can accessibly and simply, in simple language, explain about what they do. Exactly. Young scientists have stage fright and they are not familiar to work with camera. So we help them work with camera and help them explain this on camera without using complicated terminology, because complicated terminology is not digestible by our target audience. We need to help them with that. Thank you very much. Thank you. And now I would like to give the floor to our next speaker, Mr. Daniel Lavouras from Brazil, representing Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovations. Daniel will be speaking about most efficient tools on popularizing science in Brazil. Over to you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Olga. I will need some slides. I will talk about science, something we learned from you, from Russia. I will talk about science Olympiads that we know we have been dealing with them since the start of the 20th century, but in Brazil we started a little bit later. Okay. Let me move. Okay, here we are. The main objectives of the Science Olympiads mainly is to identify talents. The difference, I believe we have in Brazil, we have some different sources in these Olympiads, is that now this is not the main objective of the Olympiads. The main objective of a Science Olympiad is to rescue self-esteem of students and teacher, and to make students the protagonist of his own learning. The traditional school model is in check, so we should move for problem-based learning, and the Olympiads we are the challenge-based learning, which has much more engagement. We know the Glasser's learning pyramid, so if we have engagement, the learning will be much more effective. Okay, How can an examination paper that is not a formal evaluation stimulate students to go to school on a Saturday? Why should I go to school to make an examination if this examination doesn't matter for me if I will going to be approved or not? This is the challenge of the Olympiad. So we need to elaborate examinations that fascinate, instigate, and provoke curiosity. And we have now 20 million students per year in Brazil participating in over 60 kinds of different science Olympiads. This is almost half of our basic education base of students. We have 48 million students in the K-12. Okay, this is our history in Science Olympiad. Just for instance, the International Mathematical Olympiad, it was the first International Olympiad. It was held in 1959. 20 years later, then Brazil starts with the Mathematics National Olympiad. And then until 1986, it was only math. At the end of the near 2000, then there was a boost in the Olympiad. In 1998, we participated in the Astronomy Olympiad. I was responsible for that, so this is my second time here, because this Astronomy Olympiad was hosted here in Russia. And then I engaged to create other Olympiads. I was involved with the Physics Olympiads, Informatics Olympiads, Biology, Geography, Medicine, and now we have more than 60 kinds of different Olympiads. This is the countries participating in the International Mathematical Olympiad. Okay, what is the impact of the Olympiads? There is an impact in the, of course, in the international phase, talent detection, but these students can be positive reference. There are something like, they are lighthouses for the other students. It's the same in the soccer, okay? Everybody wants to be Neymar in Brazil. Why everybody wants to be we had recently a Brazilian that was honored with the field medal. It's like something like the Nobel Prize in math. And why he is not an idol for our children? This is the challenge. There is an impact over teachers. Teachers are directly impacted and indirectly too, because they are pressed by the students to qualify to the Olympiads. And the main impact is in the base of the pyramid, because then we have science diffusion, and then you can rescue self-esteem of millions of students. If we have a huge base in the pyramid, it's natural we will have a lot of talent detection in the top. So we have traditional Olympiads, but we have non-traditional Olympiads on several in different areas, such as linguistics, robotics, health and environment, economy, medicine, cartography, artificial intelligence, philosophy. I'm talking about basic education. All these Olympiads are designed for K-12. Okay, some Brazilian success cases in Olympiads. This is when the mathematical Olympiad were applied for an institution responsible for taking care of young criminals, if I can say that. There is a special institution, it's not a prison. And then the government decided to apply the Math Olympiad there. They saved a lot of lives because they detected genius among that young people. This is a young boy. He managed to open his school in the weekend in the way he is the teacher for the other students, and then he triggered a process of participation in Olympiads. It's a poor region near São Paulo, and the result is fantastic. Okay, there are a lot of news about this. This is the main example. Cocal dos Alves is a city in Piauí. Just for you to know, this city is 95% of the population depends on the government aid. We call this family scholarship. It's a government aid. It's around $50 per family. And 95% of the city depends on this program, on this government program. This city is among the 50 worst HDI index, Human Development Index in Brazil. Okay, 20 years ago, this teacher decided to apply the math Olympiad. And the result, one student overperformed, so he was granted with a scholarship, something like $20 per month. And then his family decided, you are not going to work this afternoon with us, with a hope. You are going to study math, because now you are important for the income of the family. This was a reference in the school, a reference in the city. This school started to behave what the process we call fever, an Olympiad fever. And 20 years after, this city has medicals, physicians, doctors. All the physicians of the city were formerly students that participated in this process. This city has PhDs in MIT, because the best students of the city received scholarships to study in capital cities in the best schools of the country, and through Olympiads, a holistic process to capture students. So MIT, Harvard, they use this, they use the holistic process. They identify the potential of these students to Olympiads. Then we have some results like this. We have a lot of testimonials. So what do we want? We want to multiply the effect of Cacau dos Alves all over the country. Cacau dos Alves is just an example. Okay, this is some results of teams of Brazil in international Olympiads. That's one here. It's interesting because these students he uses to study with the light of the moon, because he lives in a region there is no light. Okay, this is the result of Brazil in the International Economics Olympiad. It was held here in Russia by High School of Economics. And this is not a joke. In the final phase, they have to answer questions done by a Nobel Prize in economics. Okay, what did we do in Brazil to try to make these Olympiads more fascinating for students? More simple, more creativity, because if we use the model of Olympiad we received in 1979, it wouldn't work out. Why? That Olympiad, because that kind of question was very hard, even for the best students of the country. So the first treasure is to face the Olympiad. Then we have the first phases with very simple questions. And as far as students are going for the next rounds of the Olympiad, then the tests became to be harder and harder. And then the final phase, then you have a team of geniuses participating. It's natural. So the phasing process is the first, but the questions of the Olympiad. If you have a first phase, then we have to elaborate questions much more interesting for the students. This is an example of a question, and it's not interesting. What's the biggest planet in the solar system? It's not interesting. What can you do to turn this question more simple? We can change the answers, and then the question is much more simple, because we are asking about a planet, and in the alternatives we have stars, we have... Okay, but it's not fascinating question still. Let's try to introduce something in the question statement, but there is a problem. Then the question became a little bit difficult to read, and we know about this problem. The students, they have difficulty in reading processes. Okay, but then now we have internet. We have not total digital inclusion in Brazil, but we know by far people sometimes have difficult to eat, but they have a mobile. They have access to the internet. So we can make this test much more interesting because we can use colored images, we can use GIFs, we can use small videos, and that's the process some Olympiads are trying to do. Okay, then we can make beautiful questions. This is not, we have to make more effort. This is not so fascinating. We are in the internet age. Okay, now we have the 5 alternatives and we have 5 images. Now the question is much more simple because we want the students to smile. Oh, I know the answer. I know the answer. The 5 first questions of the Olympics should be very easy. We are dealing with students, they don't believe themselves. They don't believe they can. So we have to design a test that they, oh, now this I know, this I know. The 5 first questions of the test. And we can use several tools to make this kind of examination much more interesting. And then these students will come back next year oh, I want to participate again in this Olympiad. I was not able to go to the second round, but this time I will go. We have students in Brazil studying in the weekends. And if you go to their schools, what are you studying? Are you going to have an examination on Monday? No, I'm going to have an Olympiad next year. Students that their teachers don't believe they can do something like that. Their teachers don't believe. No, these students, no way for he or for her to be something in life. I don't believe. He or she doesn't know how to add 2 fractions. But we have several histories of students like that made it possible. And today they are scientists. They hold a PhD in some area of the science. And we can make math simple. Okay, I bought numbers to my house, but I bought 290 and I received 920. I want to sell this. Okay, everybody laugh about this, but we can make a question. So how many numbers, different numbers of houses we can do changing the positions of this? Okay, now I want to buy some pastry. Okay, 1 for 3, 2 for 7.5. Oh, what a promotion. Everybody can laugh about this. Everybody. So you know basic math. You know a little bit of basic math. So let's try to have this kind of question in the Olympiad. This is a GIF. We can count. We have 5, 7, 12 people. But now, if we count again, we have 14. What's happening? $12, and then 14. What's happening? It's math. The total height of the people, if I put it one over the other, is the same. It's just a distribution. But we try to figure out who of them went out. Nobody. It's just math. And everybody is curious about something like that. So we should use physical phenomena and put that in our examinations. There are a lot of small videos here. They are not playing, okay, and GIFs, etc. A lot of examples we can use and make simple questions. Simple questions. In the first case, we're worried about the simplicity of the test. When we have the 3rd or 4th round, oh, solve the equation. there is no more problem in engage that student. But in the first round, our challenge is engagement. So is that kind of thing we are doing, using this in our first rounds of our Olympiad, and they are growing exponentially. They are learning with each other, and some of them are in the front of this race, and these Olympiads, they are growing a lot. Okay, this is a small video. This is a stuck car, and they are trying to move the car, but there is a man over the car. Everybody laughs because he's not helping. But this is Newton's third law. Okay, but so you know physics, you know a little bit of physics. It's a video I can show. Bon, okay, there are a lot of material here. I have no more time. I just want to show our minister is fully committed, and so we are doing a lot of events, celebration, the victory of our students all around the country. It's our minister, and we are putting a lot of energy because it's working out. And we have already an Olympiad of Brics math. So an idea is to create a science, Brics Science Olympiad involving our countries. This is the website in Chinese and Indonesia. Okay, thank you very much. Sorry about it.
Thank you very much to Mr. Lavouras. It was an amazing presentation, and it was so important, particularly for Russia, because you said that today a lot of scholars, a lot of scientists in Brazil are those who have gone through Olympics. And maybe you know that in Soviet Union, Olympics movement began. So it began quite long ago. In 1930s, Russia or Soviet Union began with Olympics, and today a lot of scientists, particularly those who were brought up in the Soviet Union, are those people who were engaged in Olympics. And Olympics as a social lift, it's like a great achievement, a great global achievement for science, and it's very valuable for everyone now. It's very important for us to know how you combine Olympics. Olympics, on the one hand, it's a selection of talents, and on the other hand, the Olympics is a tool of social evening, to creating an even playground for people, because there are a lot of people in criminal environment, and Olympics can save people from that criminal environment. So thank you very much for that. Now I wanted to hand over to Vladimir Pakhomov, chairman of Philology Council of Total Dictation. We can say that total dictation is a movement, public movement. It's far beyond Russia. It's well known in other countries. Vladimir, over to you. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for a chance to introduce our project to you. This platform. Total dictation is oftentimes called the largest movement to check literacy and grammar. It's not right, actually. I wouldn't say that. We believe that total dictation is a great movement to popularize literacy and grammar, to spread knowledge about Russian language, Russian literacy, about how to write, because writing and speaking are different things, how the language lives, how it interacts with other languages. Total dictation is written in all regions of Russia. It's written in other countries as well, on all continents, in Brazil as well, in India, in China, in South Africa, so in all the Brics countries. In the Antarctic, at polar stations, people write dictation. At Krusenstern, in a trolley bus from Simferopol to Yalta. It's the longest trolley bus route. In Turgursk cave and in Chelyabinsk, so at the different locations, really. So it's truly a mass event, a mass movement. What is total dictation and how it is done? It's a dictation on a text that is chosen for this promotion by a well-known Russian writer. Texts are created specifically for this event. We are not taking them from like texts of prior years, so we write a new text for dictation. You cannot download it from anywhere. Every year we use a different writer and a different subject for the text. Philologists work with this text, they prepare it for the dictation, and there's one day a year. The dictation is held on one day per year. There are 4 parts of the text with adjustment to time zones, so that in the Far East, for instance, people write the dictation at a different time. We are making sure that people from Vladivostok will not share the dictation with other countries.
Total dictation is written not only offline but also online. It's a very special type of work for philologists in total dictation, because you have to be capable of explaining to the computer, to the machine, how this should be checked. It's a very important scientific and programmer's task. Total dictation has a test labor. It's a younger brother. It's for those who learn Russian as a foreign language. Writing a dictation in Russian, especially if it's not your mother tongue, it's pretty challenging. So for those of you who learn Russian as a foreign language, it's an easier version, so you can recognize much more about the Russian language. So for those participants from other countries, there is an option of learning Russian in a better way through this Trud dictation. That's the name of the domain on the internet, where you can check this dictation and try and fill out this form. Next year, the total dictation form will be created by Marina Stepnova, famous Russia's writer, and total dictation will be run on April the 9th. But that's not just a one-time event. Of course, the dictation is conducted once a year, but there is still a huge popularization system centered around it. We publish popular science books related to the subject. We perform at festivals of science and languages. We conduct online events, online marathons. It's all related to all these COVID restrictions. We have had 5 online marathons, 5 events where popular science lectures are altered with quizzes, and guests invited like writers, scholars, scientists, popularizers of science, and normally this marathon ends with some performance or concert. So we operate in different types of formats. When it was possible, when it was still possible, we used to drive cars in organized fashion. In 2013, we ran for 12,007 kilometers from Vladivostok to Tallinn, just across the whole territory of the Russian Federation, having master classes, lectures, meetings with the writers and readers, and we'd obtained quite a lot on our own because we were studying the language in different regions of Russia, because people speak slightly different language in different regions of Russia. It's not just the dictation. We have other projects as well. Total Dictation is the operator of the so-called Library of Literacy. It's a project which was started in the end of the last year, and we still carry on with this. With this project, different libraries, regional, smaller libraries, we have literature arriving about the Russian language, like textbooks, dictionaries, vocabularies, and different sources of information about the Russian language in the form of books. The libraries have been having quite a problem getting them. due to the lack of finance, due to the smaller circulations, because I remember dictionaries were released in huge circulations. Nowadays it's just like from 1,000 to 5,000 to a better extent. So in 13 territories of the Russian Federation we opened these literacy centers in Russia. In libraries we have 55 places from Kaliningrad to Kamchatka. And each time the literacy center opens with lectures, quizzes, and such literacy centers become an attraction and a starting point for a library to continue events like lectures, dictations, festivals. It's a place of magnitude, a magnetizing place, attraction place for those interested in languages, philology, and we familiarize people with the modern literature, because there is a popular and wrong opinion that modern Russian literature has died, that we used to have Pushkin, Dostoevsky, Tolstoy. In the 20th century we did have some modern writers, but nowadays literature is dead. It's not true. It's present with the very decent names of the writers who create texts that are not inferior, but not too many people know about them. And that's our principal position. We just select the best ones for dictation, and we familiarize the audience with their creations. So we do not just simply popularize the Russian language, we also make literature popular. Reading is made and promoted in different types of formats. Reading is key here. It's a project, speaking in terms of challenges and problems that total dictation has encountered. Well, honestly speaking, total dictation has no stable and long-term financing support, financial support. Each time we'd work with grants, sponsors, projects. Total dictation is made by the effort of volunteers from all over the world. These are the volunteers arranging the sites for dictation, helping people arrange that, giving out quill and parchment, and help people check the dictation. It's not just sufficient to write the dictation, somebody needs to check the dictation, check the results. And thousands of teachers, people of the humanities, librarians are involved in checking of the total dictation prepared by philologists, professional philologists. So it's a powerful social project. It has a very powerful combining and congregating function, because it congregates people with this topic that learning and knowing the language properly is a factor of prestige. It's very honorable to be able to speak proper Russian. And not only Russian, because the languages are interrelated, and we are talking about cross-cultural communication. Last year, for instance, on the Total Dictation Day, we did have an English dictation as well. So we do address other languages, speaking about language cooperation. So that's what I think is important. Speaking about challenges and issues more, we may remember this fear back from school. What if I just fail at the dictation? What if I get a very bad mark? I will not be respecting myself for making such mistakes. So we try to take off these problems. So it's not shameful not to know. It's not that shameful to make mistakes. So if you write a dictation and if you're not getting an A, but getting a B or a C, so it's a good thing just to recall something or remember something that you've forgotten. The language is not all universal restriction. For example, you skipped a comma, you skipped a full stop, or missed a letter, and that's the end of the world. Not at all. It's an endless means for expressing your thoughts, ideas, and emotions. That's what we translate to everyone. It's a big, great holiday of the Russian language that we're trying to maintain and support despite everything. And in the end, I would like to say once again, Total Dictation 2022 will be conducted on April the 9th worldwide. Please join us offline and online. We'll be happy to see you. Thank you very much.
Спасибо огромное, Владимир.
Thank you so much, Vladimir. Despite you've run out of time, still your information was very valuable, because to a certain point, Total Dictation is a national treasure in Russia. It congregates people of different cultures, of different stems, different social groups. Yes, the Russian language is a national treasure, and by doing things related to the Russian language, we stress this and underline this. I would like to give the floor to our colleagues. Unfortunately, I cannot hear you and see you, whether you can hear or see me. Am I correct that it's the turn for Rajinder Singh from the Department of Science and Technology of India? Is that correct? Because I cannot see you yet, whether you can hear me. Mr. Singh, can you hear me? Are you ready to talk to us? Because now it's your turn.
Hello.
Oh. Hello.
Hello.
Your turn, please. So, can you hear us?
Можно сделать, чтобы нам было видно его? Простите, пожалуйста.
Should I start? Am I audible?
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes, please.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Start, please.
Could you please start?
Hello.
Could you please start? We can hear you. Start, please.
मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
Yes, yes. Yes, you can start.
Hello. Should I start?
К сожалению.
Yes, please start.
Hello.
Нас господин Синг. Одну секундочку.
Hello.
If you can hear us, you can start. We are all ears.
Hello. मिश्रा जी मेरी आवाज आ रही है आपको? मिश्रा जी? Hello.
Так, буквально несколько минут, там действительно технические проблемы, сейчас все должно заработать.
So hopefully everything will work. We are experiencing some technical issues.
Сейчас мы надеемся, что связь наладится.
Hopefully we will
проблемы со связью.
have no problems
Но с
with
другой
this
стороны, все-таки
connection.
несколько континентов.
But
पकौड़ी
we work
शुरू
with
करूं
a
क्या
few
मैं? आवाज आ रही है?
continents.
पर मेरे को आवाज मेरी क्यों नहीं आ रही फिर वहां? Okay, okay. Hello, I'm audible?
Yes, you can start.
Hello. I am Rajinder Singh, scientist from Department of Science and Technology, India, and Program Coordinator for National Science Day in the states of India. The National Science Day is celebrated every year on 28 February to commemorate the announcement of discovery of the Raman effect. Government of India designated 28 February as National Science Day in 1986. On this day, Sir C.V. Raman announces the discovery of the Raman effect, for which he was awarded the Nobel Prize in 1930. On this occasion, theme-based science communication activities are carried out all over the country. The key objectives for these programs are to strengthen the scientific temper and create enthusiasm among the people, and to popularize science and technology at all levels. To spread a message about the significance of scientific application in the daily life of the people, encourage scientific way of thinking among the children, students, women, farmers, and general public to discuss all the related issues and the importance of the new technologies for the development of the country, to showcase all the activities, efforts, and achievements in the field of science for human welfare, to instill scientific approach and the way of thinking among the children, students, and general public, as well as popularize science and technology. NST is theme-based, and some of the themes for the National Science Days are Make in India, SNT-driven innovations, communication science for all, future for science and technology, impacts on education skills and work. National Council for Science and Technology Communication, Department of Science and Technology act as a nodal agency to support, catalyze, and coordinate celebration of the National Science Day throughout the country in the school, colleges, scientific institutions, research laboratories, etc., and centrally in New Delhi. Science and Technology Council of each state are assigned various programs countrywide within the financial support, like organization of science exhibition, interactive lectures and workshop, posters, model making, competitions, science quiz, open house, etc. Some of the activities held all over the country in the schools, colleges are like science exhibition and the model making competition among the students, and the poster making, drawing competition among the students, promote creative and cognitive skills, and the national some of the poster making competitions, and the science quiz for the student, promote team building, science demonstration, workshop to commemorate the National Science Day, and some rallies, rangoli making competition, and the winners of the competition held in the school for the National Science Day are awarded to encourage and recognize them and their scientific endeavors. And similarly, we are celebrating the National Science Day, Mathematics Day. On our nation celebrates the birth of the mathematician Srinivasa Ramanujan on the 27th December as the National Mathematical Day. This day commemorates the various discoveries in the field of mathematics by Ramanujan. Series of math awareness related events are held on this day in the country to inspire people of the STEM related pursuit. And the key objective for this is to celebrate and appreciate the contribution of the Srinivasa Ramanujan in the field of mathematics by inspiring young children with his life and work, encouraging the logical way of thinking among the students, teachers, and the general public through awareness programs on mathematics, to eradicate the phobia and the fear of mathematics among the children and the adults, organizing events and activities to popularize mathematics and its constitution and encourage young minds to take up the careers in the mathematics. And the key activities on the National Mathematical Days are organization of symposia, seminar, hand-on learning activities involving students, researchers in association with educational, academic institutions, school, college, and universities for inculcating mathematics temper among the students and the teachers. Conducting various interactive sessions, lecture, capacity building, workshop, etc. related to mathematics in school and colleges through the state S&T council all over the India. Mathematics-based exhibition showcasing creative models, project, competitions like quiz and poster designing and other events for removing phobia and the learning while having fun. All the states in this in India celebrate National Mathematical Day in different ways. Various competition and mathematical quiz are held at the school, college, and university levels. Mathematics wizards and the students from across India participate in interactive events held on the day. These programs are basically intended to develop the knowledge of the students in the field of mathematics. Some of the activities, hand-on activities for the celebration of National Mathematics Day, and seminar lecture in the schools, college on the National Mathematical Day, and exhibition displaying the mathematical models, competition, student displaying the mathematical activity projects, some maths model activity project made by our children. These are the posters made by the student on the National Mathematical Day, quiz competition for the celebration on Mathematical Day, and student performing creative arts and prize distribution ceremonies on National Mathematical Day. Thank you and namaste. And my colleague Mishra ji will tell about the awards. Mishra ji, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rajan Singh ji, my colleague. I would like to thank organizing committee and chairperson for inviting us to share our experiences. My colleague has presented the importance of National Science Day and National Mathematical Day. And in fact, it is being celebrated to just remind the importance of science and technology, mathematics in our daily walk of life. And to give a message of science communicators of their activities and the work, to recognize them on the day of National Science Day, we just initiated award
Извините, пожалуйста. Простите, пожалуйста, у нас очень сильные помехи, мы плохо
We
понимаем.
apologize. Unfortunately, this time we have quite a lot of interference and we cannot tell the words. We have very poor intelligibility of the sound. We have a problem with sound. So we will have to either fix it, improve the sound, or do something else.
Сейчас, простите, выясняем.
I am very sorry. Really, what can I say? This is really very disturbing. And the things, we cannot do anything on this part particularly. So the government of India had initiated award in the area of science and technology, science popularization. And particularly outstanding efforts of the persons who did work in the last 5 years, they get award on these days. And who they work for science popularization, are general people.
Простите, пожалуйста, мы, к сожалению, вынуждены...
I'm sorry, but due to poor sound quality, we cannot tell the words, so we cannot tell the words because of the poor sound quality. We apologize to you, but we will have to interrupt this in this particular session.
Мы приносим свои извинения, нам очень жаль.
We apologize. We are very sorry, but obviously we will have to start our next speaker. But we are very grateful to all of our colleagues from India for sharing their experience with us. We would like to bring Mr. Singh back, or we already said goodbye to him. If you can hear us.
Господин Синг нас слышит?
Okay, do you hear me?
Can Mr. Singh hear us? Is Mr. Singh still here?
Господин Синг, большое спасибо за...
Mr. Singh. Oh no, this is not Mr. Singh.
Yeah, do you hear me?
Да, мы слышим.
We can hear, but the quality of the sound is very poor.
Спасибо большое индийским коллегам.
Thank you very much to our Indian colleagues. I'm handing over to representative of the largest and the oldest scientific and technical museum of Russia. It's Polytechnical Museum. Next year it's going to turn 150 years old. And we're going to listen to Evgeny Nasirov. He's head of the Department of Scientific and Enlightenment Projects. Let me hand over to him.
Да. Евгений, вам слово.
Evgeny, over to you.
Всем добрый день.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Я действительно представляю политехнический музей,
Indeed, I am here on behalf of Polytechnical Museum, but let me begin by
такой массовой международной научно-просветительской акции, как
telling you
открытая
about a
лабораторная.
well-known enlightenment promotion such as Open Lab. Open Lab work. I will ask to put my presentation on the screen, please.
Смотри, Оль. Включил себе секундомер. Во-первых, я хочу сказать...
First of all, I wanted to say that Open Laboratory Workshop, and just like a number of other scientific promotions, it was created as an example of total dictation. Total dictation was the first movement of this kind, and then others also decided to show up, decided to surface and to hold total events. We have already held 30 or 40 promotions with the name dictation in it, related to history, astronauts, and some other areas. We decided to stand out a little bit from this crowd of dictations, and we decided to call our event a quiz. Quiz with leading scientists of Russia, and not only Russia. What's the mechanic of our quiz? In universities, in scientific institutions, in museums, in libraries and cultural centers, and under any roof, there are people and guided by scientists and popularizers of science. They answer different questions, different interesting questions from biology, chemistry, astronomy, physics, so on and so forth. Right away, the answers are checked by teachers, and scientists are talking about every task, about every question. So right away, people understand what is their result, how many points they take during this quiz, and they learn a lot of new things. They broaden their horizons, and they develop critical thinking. And what matters, this promotion is not about checking some basic school knowledge or residual school knowledge. It's about an ability to think, and the promotion was held for the first time in 2018, and it was growing very fast. Right away, we went beyond Russia. This quiz was held in different cities, in Brazil, in India, and I wanted to mention that in India there were a few cities. At some point it was held in 4 cities, in New Delhi, in Mumbai, in Chennai. So it was a pleasure to understand that people like it, and different people were checking their knowledge about the science, about the way the world is arranged and how people exist in the world, how we live here. There were no barriers there. The Earth is rotating around the sun in the same way for everyone. Then we held thematic promotions in parallel about all areas of science. We had some quizzes related to genetic, climate, and different other subjects. What matters here, I wanted to continue on the words that Vladimir said in the end of his presentation. What's the difference and what's the importance of this mass format, such as an open quiz, open lab, an open dictation, total dictation? The importance here is that these are projects that were created by private individuals, by regular people, and this is a bright example of horizontal connections, of civic society, dictations, and labs and quizzes. They are very important. They are popularizing science, and they were created from the bottom up. Thanks to efforts of people, dozens of different people, regular people. They were not from top down, they were from bottom up. And such projects as total dictations and this quiz and lab, they must be held, they must be supported, they must be scaled up compared to the scale at which it exists now. As our moderator said, Olga, it's our great pride. Total dictation has been there for about 20 years. Compared to total dictation, our project is very young.
В чем еще оригинальность этого?
Else is special about our project. Our Open Lab project is also special because in 5 years we have not spent even 1 ruble of budget money. It was done with the help of sponsorship, advertisement, philanthropists' money, private money. It's a civil initiative on the one hand, and on the other hand, it's an example of self-sustainability. We're self-sustaining financially, and at the same time, it's popular science projects. And it doesn't happen that often, it seems to me. Maybe I'm mistaken, and you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Значит, у меня еще есть целых
I also have 2 more minutes.
В открытой лабораторной очень много разных
Open Lab, there are a lot of
вопросов и
interesting questions and a lot of different peculiarities and details. For instance, these quizzes held not only in large cities, not only in metropolises, but also in hard-to-reach settlements, tiny settlements. You can see that this Open Lab was held in Kamchatka, in a tiny settlement as well. There is not much transport available in that settlement. And you can reach that location by a helicopter only. So we hold these promotions there. These are examples of questions that we ask. I love very much a question that's called the wildest question. Is it true that only female cats can be 3-colored, but male cats cannot be 3-colored? It is true. If you see a stray cat in the street, and if it's 3-color cat, then you can be sure that it's a female cat, not a male cat. In case if it's 3-colored and it's not a female cat, then it's not a male cat. Then it's a cat creature without gender. Let me clarify. Cats have 2 X chromosomes and 1 Y chromosome. Male cats have 1 X and 1 Y chromosome. Mutant cats, mutated cats, there can be mutated cats, and they cannot. And they are not fertile, so it's a Klinefelteric cat. I had to tell you something really interesting and really exciting during my presentation, not just general words. So I explained this subject about cats. And let's get back to my permanent place of employment. As Olga said, Polytechnical Institute is about to celebrate its 150 years. It's a historic building in the very heart, in the center of Moscow. A few hundreds of thousands of pieces of exhibition from technology, the world of technology. Unfortunately, right now, the museum is still being reconstructed, but very soon the museum will open its doors to general public. It will be very brand new. It's going to be new not only from outside, but it's going to be new from the inside. It's going to change the concept. It's not going to be the museum of technology and history only. It's going to become a museum of how science is developing in the here and now, how the science is going to develop in the future. It's going to be a museum of ideas. Even now, when our amazing, beautiful museum is still closed for restoration, we have a lot of different formats in different genres, meetings with scientists and scholars. Please subscribe to our networks. All announcements are there. We are in touch with scientists in online and offline formats. We broaden our audience. We are reaching out to YouTube audience. We work a lot with children. And I believe beginning with the next year, which is going to be our anniversary year, 150 years, we're going to hold a festival of popular science movies, and we're going to celebrate the birthday of the museum as well. I was very happy to be part of this event. Thank you very much.
Спасибо, Евгений.
Thank you, Eugenie. Due to the fact that we are very much behind the schedule, let us not take questions and no comments right now. I wanted to introduce you to our colleague from China. Colleague from China, Deputy Chairman of Commission on Science and Technology of Shanghai Municipality, Mr. Lu Min. Can you hear us? Can you hear us? Can you see us?
Yeah, yes, I can hear you. Yeah?
Прекрасно. Прекрасно.
Amazing, amazing. We are happy to hear you too, and over to you now.
Yeah, okay. Hello, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizer of Forum for offering such a platform for us for communication and exchange. I'm Ming Lu from Shanghai, which is the largest city in China with so many famous, beautiful lands such as the Bund, the Yu Garden. I'm greatly honored to be here to introduce Shanghai Science Festival, which is like a name card of Shanghai. Firstly launched in 1991, Shanghai Science Festival is the first in China and the second in the world of its kind of sponsored by the government. It is held in May every year, and different themes to popularize scientific knowledge and thoughts, advocate scientific spirits and methods, improve the general public scientific attainments, and create a sound atmosphere triggering people's passion for science and innovation. Consistent efforts are made by Shanghai into refining this name card, during which course making the festival a science carnival and for the public and an influential city-level science events in China. Now I'd like to introduce in detail. Shanghai Science Festival consists of opening ceremony, a number of sessions, and a closing ceremony. At the opening ceremony, red carpet for scientists is rolled out for representative of popular scientists, scientific research team, and the teenage talents in science and innovation who are invited to witness the ceremony. These red carpet activities receive social attention, widespread media coverage, and good reputation. A scene video about scientists is released at the opening ceremony as well. During the festival, more than 2,300 scientific activities revolving around 10 modules are launched online and offline across the city. Each module is different from another and interprets science in different form. The first is people benefiting module, in which we provide access to large scientific facility, institutes, and key labels, and organize distinctive scientific activities there, such as the Public Science Day events of Chinese Academy of Science, allowing the general public to have a look at what they regard as holy land of science. Some scientific education base provide discount and even free tickets and hold events under the different themes, such as emission peak, carbon neutrality. The second is the audio-visual module, in which we spread scientific knowledge through quality audio and video. For example, the TV show Touch Future. It is a show for bellwether, which refers someone who takes a leader in an area. The show is a sought-after interview program in science and technology, and has been broadcast for 4 consecutive years and told stories of many leads and pioneers in the scientific fields. The third is teenage module, in which young people are considered as key learner of science. For this module, what I want to introduce most to you is the Science Night events. It is one of the most popular sessions during Shanghai Science Festival. Different venues open at night, providing young people a place to learn science through interaction and games, and arousing their curiosity about science. Science Night events is held in Shanghai Science Park, large shopping plazas, science venues, and museums. And once held, there were no empty seats. Additionally, there is competition module for various science competitions, foreign module for creation a science learning and communication platform, science and art module integrating science and art, corporate module and the enterprise module. Together with the opening ceremony and the closing ceremony, there are 10 modules for Shanghai Science Festival. According to the statistic, the 2021 Shanghai Science Festival that was just held in May this year welcomed over 39 million participants online and offline, and was covered in over 23,000 media reports, with both numbers are hitting an all-time high. In recent years, Shanghai pays more attention to international development of popular science, devise specific plans, and promotes the work in diffusion of scientific knowledge in a global mindset, and is committed to building local facilities that achieve parity with global influential science museum and developing a regional popular science ecosystem. Lots of international science events, competitions, and programs has been held in Shanghai by Brics strategy, including Shanghai International Science and Arts Exhibition, International Micro Film Competition, the TV show Eureka, which is a program allowing global young makers to realize their dreams. The Belt and Road International Science Park has attracted delegates from more than 10 countries and regions to Shanghai. In addition to Brics strategy, we have also made go-out efforts such as the Blue and the White Pavilion exhibition held in Uzbekistan and the Starry Sky illumination held in Thailand. We also have fully worked and communicated with the executive of another dozens of international science festivals, including Edinburgh International Science Festival and Hanover November Science Festival for years. Now, Shanghai Science Festival has become an impressive name card of Shanghai. It is expected to communicate with and work with more international friends in terms of popular science. At the end of my speech, I sincerely invite all of you to Shanghai. Welcome to Shanghai to participate in Shanghai's Science Festival. Thank you.
Большое спасибо, господин Луми.
Thank you very much, The scale of your activity is really impressive. Thank you very much for this great presentation. Now I wanted to hand over to our final speaker from South Africa, Mr. Bersan Lesh. He's from Department of Science and Innovation. And can he hear us? Mr. Lesh.
Mr. Lesh, can you hear us? You can start.
Будьте добры, пожалуйста, начинайте.
Could you please start?
Good day. I will be exploring the approaches used by two South African Olympiad and competitions as mass science engagement activities. This is the outline of my presentation. And I'll end off with a question. The Department of Science and Innovation adopted the science engagement strategy, which guides all science awareness activities in our country. Part of that strategy identifies the main purpose of science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and innovation Olympiads and competitions to physically and mentally engage learners with science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So, yeah, in our country, we call school children learners. And Olympiads and competitions are relatively easy to organize and as mass events. Let me introduce you to the two organizations that I'm profiling. The ESCOM Expo for Young Scientists, they organize science fairs. And then the South African Mathematics Foundation, they organize mathematics Olympiads. So the science fairs are where students present their research findings after an investigation of maybe a few weeks, a few months, and then they come to one venue, a hall, where they present their projects. They are then where they meet other participants, but they meet judges who will then maybe give them some advice as well as give them a score for their project. Then we have the South African Mathematics Foundation. They organize the South African Mathematics Olympiad, which is a pencil and paper test, which is a focus on problem solving. And it's usually written by individuals, but sometimes you also have team competitions. So let me unpack how the two organizations do their work. The ESCOM Expo for Young Scientists, they have a national office where they coordinate all their work, but they also have provincial, our country's got 9 provinces, so they have 9 provincial coordinators who's responsible for implementing the project. The country is then also divided into 35 regions, and they host 35 regional expos. All of these happened before COVID-19. So they have up to 3,000 volunteers assisting with the regional expos. And then the best performers move to the national finals. More volunteers join in. And then this national event is held for the top 600 participants in the country. Then moving to the international participation, the expo then, they shortlist about 60 participants of the top 500. They then go through further selection processes. South Africa participates in about 4 to 6 international science fairs every year. And then in total, it means like 20 to 25 individuals will represent the country overseas in the following year. So let's move to the Mathematics Olympiad. They also have a national office. They also coordinate the activities, but they implement it from national office. They also have 3 rounds. They have a first round where about 100,000 learners participate, and they do it at schools. They do it with the assistance of our provincial departments of education and teachers. Then they move the top 20,000 usually then write the second round. Again, the education departments and teachers assist. Then for moving to then they have a third round where about 200 individuals, the top performers, write the third round. Those will then go to camps where they will be prepared for events. And the two events that they usually participate in, it's about 10 or 15 of them. They participate in the Pan-African Mathematics Olympiad and the International Maths Olympiad that we have heard of before by other speakers. So let's compare the two, how they do their work. The Expo and the Olympiad, they both have 3 rounds. They also work very closely with the provincial departments of education, and the provinces also help with the funding. When it comes to volunteers, the Expo have a major role with volunteers. Volunteerism is not an important factor for the Mathematics Olympiad at this stage. Teachers are needed for the Expo, but they're not essential. While for the Mathematics Olympiad, it's very essential because they administer and they mark the Olympiad at schools. The advocacy, the way they promote it, it's nearly the same in both. The funding, similar, there's one big sponsor and then there are some smaller sponsors, including the government and agencies of the government. And then preparing for international events, academics are involved in both cases. With the Expo, with the science fair, the experts prepare the individuals for participation, while with the Maths Olympiad, the academics help at camps where the top learners are taught and prepared. If we look at the numbers, the total participants for the Expo is roughly 16,000 a year, while the Mathematics Olympiad, it's about 100,000. Girls, girls participate more in the research projects of Expo, about 63% of all participants are girls, while in mathematics, about half. When we look at in our country, our schools are divided into 3 groups: non-fee paying schools, fee-paying schools, and private schools. Non-fee paying schools, meaning these are disadvantaged schools, learners, their parents do not pay fee, the government subsidizes them fully. So if we look at the participation in the Expo, they start roughly at 60-odd%, but as they go through the different rounds, the non-fee paying schools, meaning the disadvantaged learners, the numbers drop to about 43%. When we go to the mathematics, however, they start also at about 60%, but then it drops dramatically. And in the final round, the third round, the non-fee paying school learners are roughly only less than 5%. And the fee paying and the private school participants are more than 95%. So that's a major drop. In the third round, it's mostly learners from urban areas, the urban provinces. So this is one of this is a major problem, that the disadvantaged areas cannot get to the final rounds in especially mathematics. Then lastly, we have a program where we have developmental initiatives. The government intervene where the system fails, and the Department of Science and Innovation sponsors these 2 activities. For the Expo, the science fair, the mentors are deployed to the non-fee paying schools in all the provinces. And they're there to assist the participants with identifying a topic and taking them right through to national participation, and even if they qualify, to international. And the mathematics, there's a special regional coaching program. There are 10 centers around the country where, again, it is sponsored, and learners, participants are assisted in participating in the Maths Olympiad. So we are talking here about Olympiads and competitions, and with that, let me end off with a question. The question that we should consider is, should South Africa adopt a common approach? And we saw there are quite a few things that are common between these two organizations and others. Or should we have a differentiated approach, different approaches for different organizations in their attracting, nurturing, supporting the participants in Olympiads and competition? That is the question we need to consider. Thank you.
Спасибо огромное.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It was very interesting and important experience you introduced to us. Well, it's highly unlikely that we can give you the answer to your question because this is the question to be answered by South Africa, whether we should combine these two types of approach or we should move in two different ways. What we can see here is that the most important things that we got from your colleagues from India, Brazil, from South Africa, that popularizing of science, Olympiada movement, massive interactions, massive interactive events become not only the way to promote scientific knowledge and promote human knowledge, but it also turns into a very powerful social lift to help people assist in educational processes and reaching the social equality and bringing civil society, building civil society. And I think it's the main and most important thing that we have heard today. On the other hand, it may be very surprising and interesting to learn how different countries have used different types of approach in achieving all that. Thank you very much to all of the speakers, and we are quite confident that each and every one found something interesting here, found something interesting to learn. Thank you very much, and goodbye.
Простите, пожалуйста, меня просят напомнить, что сейчас уже начинается фуршет, да? Я думаю, что
cocktail reception is about to begin. I think the cocktail reception is underway. It's on the 5th floor. You're kindly invited.
Огромная просьба сдать всех приемники на 5-м этаже.